Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the deepest chambers of Moria, where ancient shadows danced with forgotten memories, young Durin 7 traced his fingers over runes that had not felt a mortal's touch in an age. The flickering light of his crystal lamp cast strange patterns on walls that held secrets older than the kingdom itself. As the last scribe of Moria's once great halls, he had spent years searching these depths, hunting for fragments of knowledge that might explain why his ancestors' greatest realm had fallen into darkness. The air grew heavier with each step deeper into the archive chamber, thick with the dust of centuries and something that made his heart quicken and his breath catch in his throat. The runes beneath his fingers began to shift, their meaning transforming as he translated the ancient text, revealing a truth that had been hidden since the first age of Middle-earth. "Not demon, but fallen star," he whispered, his voice trembling as he deciphered the flowing script. "Not beast, but brother." The words spoke of Terander, a name lost to time, one of the Mire who had stood beside all himself in the forging of the world. A being of light and creation who had followed Morgoth into shadow, transforming into what the dwarves would later name Durin's Bane, the Balrog of Moria. Above, in the great halls of Dwardelf, drums began to beat. Gandalf the Grey stood before the bridge of Moria, his weathered staff raised against the advancing darkness. Behind him, the Fellowship of the Ring waited in terrible suspense, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the approaching doom. The wizard's eyes, ancient and wise, fixed upon the creature of shadow and flame that now filled the far end of the chamber. But as the Balrog stepped into the light, something stirred in Gandalf's memory, a chord from the music of the Aenir, a harmony he had not heard since the world was young. Through the corruption of shadow and the terrible majesty of flame, he saw something familiar in the being's burning eyes. "Terander," he breathed, the name rising unbidden to his lips. The Balrog's advance faltered for the briefest moment, its fiery whip crackling in the air as ancient recognition flickered across its terrible visage. "You cannot pass," Gandalf commanded, but there was a new weight to his words, not just determination, but profound sorrow. "I am a servant of the secret fire, wielder of the flame of Aenir." Each word carried the weight of ages, of brotherhood long forgotten. The Balrog's response was a roar that shook the very foundations of the mountain. But within that terrible sound, Gandalf heard something else. Words in a language as old as the world itself, twisted by pain and corruption, but still carrying meaning. "Brother, betrayer, abandon us to the void." Memories flooded through Gandalf's mind. The halls of all where they had worked together, crafting wonders in the dawn of time. The moment of choice when Morgoth's promises had split their paths. The terrible transformation that had followed. He saw again the being Terander had once been radiant with creative fire, dedicated to building and shaping, before pride and ambition had led him into shadow. "You're meant to create, not destroy," Gandalf called out, his voice carrying power that made the stones themselves resonate. "The flame you bear was given to bring light, not darkness." The Balrog's whip cracked against the bridge, sending ancient stone splintering into the abyss. Its wings of shadow spread wider, but in its burning eyes, Gandalf saw something waver, a flicker of recognition, a moment of remembrance. For a heartbeat, time seemed to stand still. Gandalf felt the weight of choice pressing upon him. the possibility of redemption against the certainty of destruction. Could the corruption of ages be undone? Could the light of the mire shine again through the shadow of the Balrog? But then he heard the frightened breathing of the hobbits behind him, felt the trembling of the bridge beneath his feet, and knew what had to be done. Some falls were too deep, some corruptions too complete, for redemption to be possible. The price of Terender's ambition had been too high, the transformation too fundamental. You shall not pass. Gandalf's voice thundered through the chamber as he brought his staff down upon the bridge. The crack that followed seemed to split the world itself. As the bridge gave way beneath the Balrog's feet, their eyes met one final time. In that moment, Gandalf saw both acceptance and defiance in the creature's gaze, acknowledgement of their shared past and the inevitability of their shared fate. The Balrog's whip snaked upward as it fell, wrapping around Gandalf's ankle. As the wizard was pulled into the abyss, his last thoughts were not of fear, but of understanding. This was not just an end, but a transformation for both of them. In the darkness below, they would complete a circle begun at the dawn of time, two brothers in power finding their final purpose in the depths of the world. "Fly, you fools," he called to his companions, and then he was falling into darkness with his ancient brother, both of them finally free of the burdens they had carried since the world was young. Deep in the archives of Moria, Durin 7 felt the tremors of their battle shake the ancient halls. As dust and stone rained down around him, he carefully rolled up the scroll that held Terender's tale. The truth he had discovered would never reach the world above, but perhaps that was fitting. Some stories were too vast, too ancient, to be fully understood by mortal minds. In the darkness below, two beings of light and shadow continued their fall, locked in a battle that would reshape them both. Gandalf the Grey would emerge as Gandalf the White, while Terender, the fallen Maya, would finally find release from the corruption that had bound him for so long. The drums in the deep fell silent, and the halls of Moria held their secrets close, waiting for the day when another seeker of knowledge would venture into the darkness, searching for truths hidden in the shadows of time. In the years that followed, those who told tales of the Battle of the Bridge would speak of light against darkness, of good against evil. But in the deepest chambers of Moria, ancient runes still whispered a more complex truth, of brotherhood and betrayal, of ambition and its price, of redemption found only in the final fall into darkness. And somewhere in the endless dark beneath the mountains, the echoes of their battle still resound, a reminder that even in the blackest depths, the light of understanding can illuminate the greatest of truths, and that sometimes the most profound sacrifices are those made not in hatred, but in love. Story 2. The ancient stones of Shadowspire Fortress whispered their secrets in the dead of night. Their voices carried on winds that howled through forgotten corridors like the laments of trapped souls. Lyra Dawnbringer stood before a weathered archway, her torch casting dancing shadows on walls adorned with faded runes that seemed to pulse with an inner light. Her fingers traced the intricate patterns, feeling the remnants of magic that still lingered after centuries of silence. The youngest daughter of the Dawnbringer lineage had not come to this forbidden place by chance. For 3 nights, she had dreamed of this very chamber, deep within the bowels of the fortress where few dared to tread. In her dreams, the runes blazed with azure fire, and a voice that seemed to echo across ages spoke of a truth that had been buried beneath layers of myth and legend. The truth about the Balrog of Moria. As she pushed deeper into the chamber, her boots stirring centuries of dust, Lyra's hand instinctively gripped the hilt of her ancestral blade, Dawn's Edge. The sword had been passed down through generations of guardians, its crystal pommel glowing with a soft inner light that seemed to respond to the ancient magic permeating the air. The stories told that it had been forged in the same fires that had helped seal the Balrog, though like many tales of that dark time, the truth had been lost to history. The chamber opened into a vast circular room, its domed ceiling disappearing into darkness above. At its center stood a pedestal of black marble, atop which rested a crystal sphere the size of a fist. Within its depths, shadows writhed and danced like living things. Lyra approached cautiously, her training as a guardian screaming warnings in her mind. Every child in the realm knew the stories of the Balrog's defeat, how the combined might of elven magic and human courage had banished the demon to a prison of eternal darkness. But as she gazed into the sphere, the shadows within began to take shape, forming images that sent ice through her veins. The seal was weakening. The ancient magic that had held the Balrog for centuries was unraveling like a frayed tapestry, and with each passing day, more threads came loose. I wondered who would be the first to discover it. A voice echoed from the shadows, causing Lyra to spin, Dawn's edge drawn in a fluid motion. Though I must admit, I didn't expect it to be a Dawnbringer. From the darkness emerged a tall figure, wrapped in robes as black as a starless night. His face was lined with age and wisdom, but his eyes burned with an intensity that spoke of powerful magic barely contained. Thaddeus the Dark, the infamous black wizard who had been banished from the realm decades ago for allegedly attempting to free the Balrog. "Stay back," Lyra warned, her blade glowing brighter in response to her rising emotions. "Your presence here is forbidden, Thaddeus." A sad smile crossed the wizard's face. "As is yours, young guardian. Yet here we both stand, drawn by the same terrible truth. The seal is failing, and with it, the last protection against what lies beneath." Despite herself, Lyra felt her resolve waver. The evidence was before her eyes: the weakening seal, the growing shadows. "Why are you here, Thaddeus? Have you come to finish what you started all those years ago?" The wizard's laugh was bitter. "Is that what they still say about me? That I sought to free the Balrog?" He moved closer to the pedestal, ignoring her raised blade. "I tried to warn them. The seal was never meant to be permanent. It requires renewal, a ritual that must be performed once every century by one who carries the blood of both the elven mages who crafted it and the human warriors who sealed it." Lyra's eyes widened as understanding dawned. The Dawnbringer her line had always been rumored to have elven blood in their veins. "You're saying you are the last Lyra Dawnbringer, the last who can renew the seal before it fails completely. But the ritual requires knowledge that was declared forbidden, knowledge that I was banished for preserving." The crystal sphere pulls darker, and for a moment, Lyra thought she heard something like a distant roar echoing from its depths. "Why should I trust you?" she demanded, though her blade had lowered slightly. Thaddeus reached into his robes and withdrew an ancient tome, its covers bound in what appeared to be dragon scales. "Because the alternative is watching everything you've sworn to protect burn in hellfire. The Balrog was not simply imprisoned, child. It was bound by a price paid in blood and soul magic. Every guardian of your line has carried that burden unknowingly, but you must be the one to bear it consciously." Time seemed to freeze as Lyra stood there, caught between everything she had been taught and the terrible truth unfolding before her. The sphere's pulses were growing stronger, more frequent, like a heartbeat quickening before awakening. "The ritual," she said finally, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "What does it require?" The next hours passed in a blur of ancient words and complex magical patterns drawn in silver light. Thaddeus proved to be a patient teacher, guiding Lyra through the intricate movements and pronunciations that would be required. With each passing moment, she felt the weight of her destiny more keenly. This was what it meant to be a guardian, not simply standing watch, but actively holding back the darkness. As the final preparations were made, Thaddeus grew solemn. "There is one thing I haven't told you," he said quietly. "The renewal comes with a price. To strengthen the seal, you must bind part of your own life force to it. It will shorten your years, though by how much I cannot say." Lyra looked at the sphere, where the shadows had grown so dense, they seemed to be leaking into the air around it. "My ancestors paid this price unknowingly. I can do no less, knowing what's at stake. The ritual began as the first light of dawn crept into the chamber through high windows that had been dark for centuries. Lyra stood before the pedestal, dawn's edge planted point down before her, both hands clasped on its hilt. As she spoke the ancient words Thaddeus had taught her, she felt power building within her, a combination of her own life force and something older, something that sang in her elven blood. The sphere began to glow with an inner light that pushed back against the writhing shadows. Lyra's voice grew stronger, more assured, as the magic flowed through her. She could feel the presence of her ancestors, generations of guardians lending their strength to her task. Suddenly, the shadows within the sphere coalesced into a creature of flame and darkness that raged against its prison. For a brief moment, Lyra found herself staring into eyes that burned with all the fires of the deep earth, felt the weight of a hatred that had festered for centuries. Then she struck the floor with dawn's edge, and light exploded from the blade, flowing into the sphere in a torrent of power. The shadows writhed and twisted, but were slowly pushed back, compressed, bound once more by chains of light and sacrifice. When it was done, Lyra fell to her knees, feeling decades older. The sphere now glowed with a steady, soft light, the shadows within quiet and contained. Thaddeus helped her to her feet, his face showing both pride and sadness. "It is done," he said softly. "The seal will hold for another century." Lyra nodded, feeling the truth of it in her bones and feeling the years that had been taken from her life to make it possible. "Was this why you were really banished?" she asked. "For trying to warn them about the need for the renewal? The truth is rarely welcomed when it demands sacrifice," Thaddeus replied. "But you have chosen differently. You have become what a guardian truly should be, not just a keeper of secrets, but a willing bearer of burdens." As they left the chamber together, Lyra cast one last look at the sphere. The truth of the Balrog would remain hidden, as would the price of keeping it bound. But she had made her choice, and she would bear its weight with the same courage that had marked her line for generations. The ancient stones of Shadowspire whispered once more, but now their voices spoke not of secrets kept, but of promises honored and sacrifices freely given. The darkness had been held back for another century, and though the price had been high, Lyra Dawnbringer walked tall, knowing she had proven worthy of both her name and her destiny. Story 3. High in the Crystal Mountains, where the air was thin enough to freeze thoughts and the peaks pierced the clouds like ancient spears, Prince Keeler curled his scaled body around the highest tower of his ice palace. His crystalline scales, once brilliant sapphire, had dulled to the color of winter twilight, a reflection of the solitude that had become his constant companion since the great dragon purge. The vision came to him as it had for 3 nights running, flames deeper than the earth's core, shadows that devoured light itself, and the unmistakable silhouette of a creature that should have remained forever bound. The Balrog of Moria was stirring in its ancient prison, and with each passing day, its bonds grew weaker. Keeler unfurled his massive wings, their translucent membrane catching the starlight like stained glass. As the last prince of dragonkind, he had spent decades nurturing his hatred for the humans who had hunted his kind to near extinction. Now, fate's cruel irony demanded he seek their help to prevent an even greater catastrophe. The dragon prince took flight, his powerful wings carving through clouds as he descended from his frigid sanctuary. Below, the lights of human settlements dotted the landscape like fallen stars, each one a reminder of the territories his kind had lost in the purge. His destination lay several leagues south, the fortress city of Steelhaven, home to the infamous Dragon Hunters Guild. As dawn broke over the eastern mountains, Keeler employed magic few knew dragons possessed the ability to take human form. His massive bulk shimmered and contracted until a tall, elegant figure stood in his place, with silver blue hair and eyes that retained their draconic vertical pupils. Only the faint shimmer of scales at his temples betrayed his true nature. The gates of Steelhaven loomed before him, their steel reinforced with runes specifically designed to detect dragon magic. Keeler smiled grimly. The very wards that would have once kept him out now served as a beacon to the one person he sought: Helena Steelheart, the legendary dragon hunter, who had slain his sister Lysandra in single combat. He found her in the Broken Scale Tavern, a place whose very name made his blood boil. Helena sat alone, cleaning a sword that seemed to drink in the lamplight. Even after 15 years, he recognized the blade Wormbane, the weapon that had ended Lysandra's life. The guards at the gate said someone was asking for me. Helena spoke without looking up. Someone with unusual eyes. Hello, Steelheart. Keeler's voice carried centuries of cold fury. I come seeking an alliance. The sword was at his throat before he could blink, its edge kissing his skin. Give me one reason why I shouldn't finish what I started with your kind dragon. Because the Balrog stirs, he replied calmly, and when it breaks free, your precious human kingdoms will burn just as readily as my kin did. The tavern had emptied at the first sign of tension, leaving them alone with the crackling hearth and their shared history of violence. Helena's grip on Wormbane didn't waver, but her eyes narrowed with recognition of the threat he named. The Balrog is bound, she said, though uncertainty crept into her voice. The ancient mages saw to that, the same mages who claimed dragons were a threat to humanity. Keeler's laugh was bitter as winter wind. The same council that orchestrated the purge? Tell me, Hunter, have you never wondered why they were so keen to eliminate my kind? Helena's blade lowered a fraction. Speak plainly, dragon. I've had visions. The Balrog wakes, and when it does, it will make the devastation of the purge look like a child's campfire. Keeler's eyes reflected the hearth's flames. But there's more. In my visions, I saw the truth. The Council of Immortal Mages didn't just imprison the Balrog. They've been feeding on the essence of ancient beings to maintain their immortality. Dragons were just the latest feast. The sword lowered completely, though Helena's stance remained ready. That's a convenient tale for one of the last dragons. Then let me prove it. Beneath the Council's fortress in the Shadow Peak Mountains lies a chamber where they conduct their rituals. Come with me, see the truth with your own eyes. And if I lie, he spread his arms wide. You can finish what you started with Lysandra. The name hung between them like smoke. Helena's face hardened, but something else flickered in her eyes: doubt, perhaps, or memory. Lysandra, she said slowly, spoke of corruption in the council before she died. I thought it was just the raving of a wounded dragon. My sister discovered their secret. Keeler's voice cracked with old pain. That's why they sent you to kill her. The greatest dragon hunter, manipulated into being their executioner. Dawn found them soaring over the Shadow Peak Mountains, Helena gripping Keeler's scaled neck as his powerful wings carried them through clouds and around jagged peaks. Below, the Council's fortress rose from the mountainside like a spear of black glass. They landed in a hidden valley, and Keeler resumed his human form. There's an entrance to the underground chambers through the old mining tunnels, he explained. The wards only guard against direct assault. The tunnels were a maze of crystal and shadow, but Keeler moved with the certainty of one guided by vision. Helena followed, Wormbane drawn and glowing with a faint blue light that seemed to pulse in time with Keeler's heartbeat. They found the ritual chamber exactly as Keeler had foreseen. A vast cavern dominated by 7 crystalline pillars, each containing the swirling essence of ancient beings. Dragons, griffins, phoenixes, creatures of power and magic, their life force slowly being drained to feed the Council's immortality. But it was the central pillar that drew their attention. Within it writhed a shadow of flame and darkness, a small portion of the Balrog's essence, connected by dark magic to its prison in Moria. They're not just feeding on it, Helena whispered in horror. They're losing control. The more they drain, the weaker the bonds become. Before Keeler could respond, light flooded the chamber. 7 figures in ornate robes materialized around them, their faces ageless and cold as carved ice. "The last dragon prince," spoke the eldest, his voice carrying the weight of millennia, "and our finest hunter." How convenient. What followed was chaos. Helena's blade sang through the air as Keeler transformed, his dragon form filling the chamber with crystalline scales and righteous fury. The council members wielded magic born of countless stolen lives, but they had grown complacent in their power. In the battle's climax, Helena's blade shattered the central pillar, even as Keeler's flame melted the others. The released essences surged through the chamber like a storm of pure magic, and the council members screamed as their immortality was stripped away. In the aftermath, as the dust settled on the aged bodies of the former immortals, Helena and Keeler stood amid the destruction they had wrought together. "The Balrog's bonds are stronger without their interference," Keeler observed. "But it will still wake one day." Helena cleaned Wormbane carefully, then looked up at her former enemy with a hint of a smile. "Then I suppose the world will need dragons again, won't it?" As they emerged from the mountain, the sun rose on a new alliance, a dragon prince and a dragon hunter, united by truth and ready to face whatever darkness the future might hold. And in the depths of Moria, the Balrog stirred in its sleep, for while one threat had been ended, its own awakening was merely delayed, waiting for another chapter in the eternal dance of light and shadow. Story 4. Celesta. The city of eternal dawn floated among the clouds like a dream carved from marble and moonlight. Its spires reached toward the stars, while its foundations trailed wisps of enchanted mist, forever drifting between earth and sky. In the highest tower of the grand cathedral, young priestess Arya knelt before an ancient scroll, her fingers trembling as they traced words that threatened to shatter everything she had ever believed about her holy calling. The cathedral's vast library held countless sacred texts, but this particular scroll had called to her, its presence burning in her consciousness like a fever dream for weeks. Written in ink that seemed to shift between silver and blood red, it told a very different story about the imprisonment of the Balrog of Moria, not a tale of heroic triumph, but one of unimaginable sacrifice and betrayal. The seal was not forged in victory. She read aloud, her voice barely a whisper in the candlelit chamber, but in the screams of 1,000 innocent souls. Bound eternal to contain the darkness, the words seemed to pulse with their own inner light. And in that moment, Arya heard them, the whispers she had always dismissed as the wind through Celesta's floating towers. They were voices, countless voices, crying out in eternal torment. I wondered when someone would finally hear them. Came a voice from the shadows, causing Arya to whirl around, the sacred scroll clutched to her chest. A figure emerged from behind a bookshelf tall, wrapped in a cloak that seemed to be woven from twilight itself. Beneath his hood, his eyes held an otherworldly glow, and when he smiled, Arya glimpsed teeth that were slightly too sharp to be human. Raven, she breathed the name like a prayer, though not one the cathedral would approve of. The half-demon was well known in the darker corners of Celesta's history, a creature who walked the line between light and shadow, tolerated but never trusted. "The youngest high priestess in 3 centuries," he said, moving closer with fluid grace, "and the first to discover the truth about the great sacrifice. These souls," Arya's voice cracked, "they're still conscious, still suffering." Raven's expression darkened. "They are the chains that bind the Balrog. Their agony forms the walls of its prison. 1,000 souls trapped in eternal torment. To keep one demon bound," he reached out and touched the scroll gently. "Your predecessors knew this truth once. They chose to forget, to hide it away, finding it easier to celebrate a victory than to acknowledge its cost." Arya's mind raced through years of religious teachings, of ceremonies celebrating the Balrog's imprisonment. How many prayers had she offered in thanks for that ancient triumph? How many hymns had she sung in praise of the sacrifice, never knowing its true nature? "There must be another way," she said, straightening her white robes emblazoned with the golden sun of the cathedral. Some way to bind the Balrog without the souls. Raven finished. Perhaps. But releasing them means releasing the Balrog, at least temporarily. Are you prepared to take that risk? To face what might emerge from Moria's depths? Before Arya could respond, the cathedral bells began to toll, not the usual melodious chimes that marked the hours, but a deep, discordant warning that she had never heard before. The scroll in her hands grew hot, the shifting ink beginning to glow. The binding weakens, Raven said urgently. It has been doing so for centuries, but now it begins to fail. The souls grow weary, their torment wearing down their strength. Soon they will fade, and with them, the prison walls. Arya rolled the scroll carefully, her decision crystallizing like morning frost. Show me the way to the ruins beneath Celesta. There must be answers there. The descent through Celesta's hidden underbelly revealed a city beneath the city, ancient chambers and forgotten temples that predated the floating metropolis itself. Here, the whispers of the bound souls grew stronger, their pain more palpable. Raven led the way through darkness that seemed to cling to their skin, his partial demonic nature allowing him to navigate paths that had been sealed for centuries. In the deepest chamber, they found an altar that mirrored the one in the cathedral above, but this one was black as night and carved with runes that made Arya's eyes water. Upon it sat a crystal sphere that contained what appeared to be a miniature storm of shadow and flame. A fragment of the Balrog's essence, Raven explained, connected to its prison in Moria. The souls are bound through this, their energy channeled to maintain the greater seal. Arya approached the altar, her priestess's robes gleaming in the dark chamber. The voices were nearly deafening here, men, women, children, all crying out in eternal anguish. But as she listened more closely, she began to distinguish words among the cries. Release. Restore. Remember, they're not just suffering, she realized. They're trying to tell us something. She placed her hands on the crystal sphere, and images flooded her mind. The Balrog not as a demon of destruction, but as a creature of balance, a guardian of the deep places, corrupted by darkness, but not irredeemable. The souls had not merely been sacrificed to imprison it, they had been meant to purify it, to help it remember its original purpose. But the ritual had been corrupted, turned from healing to mere imprisonment. The original spell was meant to save the Balrog, she gasped, not just contain it. These souls were meant to be guides, not chains. But something went wrong, or someone interfered, Raven added grimly, making the spell serve their own purposes rather than its intended function. The crystal sphere pulsed with increasing intensity, and far below, beneath Moria's ancient stones, something stirred. The binding was failing faster now, the soul's strength finally giving out after centuries of misuse. Arya squared her shoulders, her decision made. We need to release them, not just to end their suffering, but to complete their original purpose, to restore the balance that was corrupted. The consequences. Raven began. I know, she cut him off. But continuing this torment is not the answer. These souls were meant to heal, not harm. We've turned their sacrifice into a prison for everyone involved. Drawing upon her training as a priestess, Arya began to chant not the cathedral's hymns of victory, but older words that seemed to rise from the very stones beneath them. Raven joined her, his demon blood allowing him to speak words that would have burned a human tongue. The crystal sphere shattered in a burst of light and shadow. The voices of 1,000 souls rose in a chorus of relief and purpose, no longer crying in pain, but singing with the joy of redemption. Far below, in Moria's depths, the Balrog stirred in its prison, not in rage, but in remembrance. As the souls dispersed, flowing out into the world to complete their long-delayed purpose, Arya saw a vision of what was to come, a time of change and challenge, as the world adapted to ancient wrongs being set right. The Balrog would rise again, but this time, it would have a chance to remember what it once was, guided by the very souls that had been meant to help it all along. "It's done," she whispered, swaying slightly from the effort. Raven steadied her with a gentle hand. "No," he corrected softly, looking toward the horizon where the first light of true dawn was breaking. "It's just beginning above them." Celesta's floating spires caught the morning light, their shadows shorter than they had been in centuries. The whispers in the wind had changed from cries of pain to songs of healing, and though challenges lay ahead, for the first time in 1,000 years, both the souls and the Balrog had a chance at redemption. Arya straightened her robes, ready to face whatever came next. Sometimes she realized the greatest act of faith was not in maintaining ancient bindings, but in having the courage to break them and forge a new path toward healing. Story 5. Deep beneath the mountain's heart, where rivers of molten metal flowed like veins of liquid fire, Master Garrick stood before his enchanted forge. His calloused hands moved with practiced precision as he shaped a blade that would soon join the thousands of magical weapons he had crafted over his decades in Ironhaven. The underground city's vast network of forges and workshops echoed with the symphony of hammers striking anvils, but none rang with quite the same ethereal tone as Garrick's. Each strike of his hammer sent sparks of blue and gold dancing through the air, carrying whispers of ancient magic. The blade taking shape beneath his hands would be his finest work, yet a sword capable of channeling celestial energy, commissioned by the Council of Guardians themselves. But something felt wrong. The runes he was embedding in the steel seemed to resonate differently than usual, creating harmonies that made his skin crawl. After 40 years of forging magical weapons, Garrick had learned to trust these instincts. He set down his hammer and traced the glowing symbols with a weathered finger. The runes shifted beneath his touch, rearranging themselves into a pattern he had never intended, one that spoke not of protection and justice, but of awakening and unbinding. A chill ran down his spine as he realized what was happening to his creations. "Your weapons sing beautifully, Forgmaster," came a voice from the shadows. A figure emerged, tall, elegant, with skin the color of twilight and hair like spun silver. A dark elf, here in Ironhaven. Garrick grasped his hammer tighter. "Who are you?" "Dark elves were banished from these halls centuries ago. I am Sylvana," she replied, stepping into the forge's light. A network of scarred runes marked her face, marks of exile. "And I come bearing a warning. Your weapons are being used for a purpose far darker than you know." Before Garrick could respond, a tremor shook the forge, causing tools to clatter and molten metal to slosh in its channels. In that moment of distraction, Sylvana moved with preternatural grace, placing a crystalline orb on his anvil. Within the orb, images swirled. Garrick's weapons, hundreds of them arranged in a vast circular pattern deep beneath Moria. At the center, shadows writhed and flame flickered, and something massive stirred in ancient chains. "The Balrog," Garrick whispered, the word tasting like ash in his mouth. "But it was bound ages ago." "Bound," Sylvana agreed, "but not forever. The Crimson Circle believes they can control it, use it. They're using your weapons forged with pure intent, but corrupted by the ritualists to break its chains." Another tremor, stronger this time, sent ripples through the molten metal channels. Garrick's mind raced through years of commissions, of weapons delivered to supposedly noble causes. How many had been diverted to this madness? "Why come to me?" he demanded. "Why should I trust a dark elf?" Sylvana's laugh was bitter as forge smoke. "Because I helped bind it the first time, Forgmaster. My exile was my reward for trying to warn others about the price of that binding and about those who would seek to undo it." More tremors shook the forge, and now Garrick could hear shouts of alarm echoing through Ironhaven's vast chambers. In the crystalline orb, the circle of weapons pulsed with corrupted magic. "How long?" he asked. "The ritual begins at midnight. When the new moon is highest, They will use your weapons to shatter the chains. Sylvanas' eyes gleamed in the forge light. Unless we stop them. Garrick turned back to his anvil, to the half-finished sword still glowing with power. But first, we need to forge something special. What followed was a blending of arts not seen since the first age, dark elven magic harmonizing with dwarven metallurgy. Sylvanas' voice rose in ancient songs as Garrick's hammer fell, each strike drawing out the inherent magic of the metal. They forged not weapons of war, but keys of unbinding tools to deactivate the corrupted weapons without destroying them. As they worked, Sylvana spoke of the first binding of the Balrog, of the price paid in blood and soul magic. She spoke of the crimson circles rise from the ashes of that ancient ritual, of their centuries-long patience in gathering power and influence. They believe they can control it, she said, helping Garrick quench another key in enchanted oil. They're wrong. The Balrog cannot be controlled, only contained or destroyed or redeemed. Garrick asked, noting how she had said contained rather than bound. A shadow passed over Sylvana's face. That was the original intent centuries ago. Before fear and ambition corrupted the ritual, she traced one of the scars on her face. These marks, they're not just exile runes. They're fragments of the original redemption spell. Preserved in living flesh, they worked through the day and into the evening. Forge fire and elven magic combining to create 13 keys, one for each of the major runic configurations Garrick had unwittingly worked into his weapons over the years. As midnight approached, they made their way through Ironhaven's lesser-known passages, following tremors that grew stronger with each passing minute. Sylvana moved like a shadow while Garrick, despite his years spent mostly at the forge, showed the sure-footed confidence of one born to the underground realm. They found the ritual chamber deep beneath even Ironhaven's lowest levels, a vast cavern where members of the Crimson Circle stood around a circle of weapons that glowed with corrupted magic. In the center, a tear in reality showed glimpses of the Balrog's prison and the ancient demon itself stirring in its chains. What followed was chaos. Garrick and Sylvana used the keys to disable the weapons, even as Circle members rushed to stop them. Sylvana's magic clashed with the Circle's darker powers while Garrick, armed with his hammer and decades of knowledge about his own creations, moved from weapon to weapon, applying the keys with precise motions. The ritual collapsed in spectacular fashion, the corrupted energy turning back on the Circle members who had sought to control it. As the dust settled, Garrick found himself standing at the edge of the reality tear, looking into the eyes of the bound Balrog itself. In that moment, he understood something that his forge sense had been trying to tell him for years. The weapons he created weren't meant for binding or breaking, but for building. Each one could be a key, not to a prison, but to understanding. The original spell, Sylvana said softly, coming to stand beside him. It's still there, underneath everything they added to it. A spell of redemption, not imprisonment. Garrick looked at his hammer, then at the weapons scattered around the chamber, his creations, each one a piece of his soul given form in metal and magic. Then perhaps it's time to forge something new. Not chains to bind, but bridges to cross. As they sealed the chamber and began the long process of reclaiming and cleansing the corrupted weapons, Garrick felt a weight lift from his shoulders. His creations had almost been used to unleash devastation, but instead would now serve their true purpose, not as tools of binding, but as keys to understanding the fine line between containment and redemption. The forges of Ironhaven rang with new purpose that night, as human and dark elf worked together to reshape not just metal, but destiny itself. For in the heart of the mountain, surrounded by rivers of molten metal and ancient magic, they had found something stronger than chains or prison walls, the power of creation itself, and the wisdom to use it well. Story 6. The forbidden library of Starhold hung suspended between earth and sky, its crystalline towers reflecting starlight even in deepest day. Within its labyrinthine halls, apprentice sorceress Maya traced her fingers along spines of books bound in materials that defied description: dragon scales, phoenix feathers, and stranger things still. She had snuck into the restricted section again, drawn by dreams that had plagued her for weeks. Visions of fire and shadow, and a voice that spoke of truth buried beneath centuries of lies. The grimoire found her as such things often do in places of ancient magic, falling from its shelf, as if pushed by an unseen hand. Its cover was warm to the touch, bound in what appeared to be solidified flame, and the runes on its spine rearranged themselves beneath her fingers to form words in a language she somehow understood. The true tale of the Guardian's fall. As Maya opened the book, the library around her seemed to fade, replaced by visions of an ancient time, the Balrog of Moria, not as the demon of legend, but as a majestic being of flame and purpose. She saw it standing guard over the deep places of the world, protecting ancient secrets and maintaining the balance between light and darkness, until something changed, not corruption from within, but betrayal from without. Few have dared to read those pages. Came a voice like grinding stone. Maya spun to find herself face to face with a figure she had seen countless times in the castle's dungeons: Koros the Undying, an immortal warrior imprisoned for crimes so terrible they had been struck from historical record. Yet now he stood before her, free of his chains, his ageless eyes reflecting the same flames that bound the grimoire. "How did you," she began, "escape?" His laugh was like avalanches in distant mountains. "I never needed those chains, young one. They were a reminder, not a necessity. But now, after centuries of waiting, someone has finally found the truth." The grimoire in Maya's hands pulsed with inner light as more visions filled her mind. Koros standing beside the Balrog in ages past, not as enemies but as allies. The warrior had been there the day the great guardian was imprisoned, not as a conqueror, but as a witness to betrayal. The Balrog wasn't evil, Maya whispered, the realization striking her like lightning. It was protecting something others wanted to exploit. Koros nodded grimly. The deep magic, the very force that keeps our world in balance. There were those who sought to harness it, to twist it to their own ends. They couldn't do so while the Guardian stood watch, so they turned it into the demon of their stories, made the world believe it needed to be bound rather than freed. Before Maya could respond, alarm bells began to toll throughout Starhold. Heavy footsteps echoed through the library as the Cavaliers of the Dawn, the city's elite guardians, approached the restricted section. Their distinctive white and gold armor gleamed even in the library's dim light as they surrounded Maya and Koros, blessed weapons drawn. "Step away from the prisoner, apprentice," commanded Captain Dawnstar, her sword glowing with holy light. "And surrender that book. Some knowledge is forbidden for good reason. Good for whom?" Maya challenged, surprising herself with her own boldness. She held up the grimoire, letting its pages fall open to reveal the truth to all present. Images of the Balrog's true nature sprang from the pages like living flame, showing its ancient role as guardian and protector. The Cavaliers faltered at the visions, but Captain Dawnstar's resolve only hardened. "Clever illusions," she declared, "no doubt crafted by the shadow cult to deceive the unwary. That beast nearly destroyed our world once. We will not give it another chance. The world needs its guardian back," Koros stated, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. "The deep magic grows unstable without its protector. Surely you've felt it. The increasing earthquakes, the failing of ancient wards, the rise of shadows in places long thought secure." As if in answer to his words, the very foundations of Starhold trembled. In the distance, through the library's vast windows, Maya could see dark clouds gathering unnaturally fast around the peaks of Moria. Captain Dawnstar's sword wavered slightly. "Even if what you say is true, the binding cannot be undone. The greatest mages of 3 ages laid those seals. They can be undone, Maya said, reading from the grimoire with growing certainty. Not by breaking them, but by transforming them. The seals were crafted from fear and deception, but they can be remade with truth and understanding. She looked up at Koros. That's why you waited all these centuries in those chains. You were waiting for someone who could see the truth and had the power to help restore it. The immortal warrior nodded. The Balrog's bindings are powered by humanity's belief in its evil nature. Change that belief, reveal the truth, and the seals will transform of their own accord. More tremors shook the library as Maya made her decision. Holding the grimoire high, she began to read aloud not spells of unbinding, but the true history of the guardian of the deep places. As she read, the book's magic filled the chamber with visions of the past, showing the Balrog as it truly was, a being of power and purpose, a guardian of balance and keeper of ancient ways. The cavaliers lowered their weapons one by one as understanding dawned in their eyes. Even Captain Dawnstar seemed moved by the truth revealed in those ancient pages. Yet their moment of revelation was interrupted by new arrivals, dark-robed figures wielding shadow magic. The shadow cult had come, drawn by the same disturbance in the deep magic that had caused the tremors. What followed was chaos as light and shadow clashed in the ancient library. Maya found herself at the heart of it all, reading from the grimoire as Koros and the Cavaliers, now united in purpose, held off the cultists who sought to maintain the lies that had chained the Balrog for so long. As the final words of truth echoed through the chamber, a change rippled through reality itself. Far below, in the depths of Moria, ancient seals began to shift and transform. The bindings that had held the Balrog were not broken, but transformed, reshaped by understanding and truth into bridges rather than chains. When the dust settled, Maya stood at the library's great window, watching as a figure of flame and majesty rose from Moria's depths. The Balrog emerged not in rage or destruction, but in quiet dignity, resuming its ancient vigil over the deep places and the magics that dwelled there. What happens now? She asked Koros, who stood beside her, with the first smile she had ever seen on his ancient face. Now, he replied, the real work begins. Centuries of lies and fear cannot be undone in a day. But truth, once revealed, has a power all its own. As dawn broke over Starhold's towers, Maya clutched the grimoire to her chest, knowing that this was just the beginning. The Guardian had returned, but earning the world's trust would take time. Yet as she watched the Balrog take its place once more among the ancient powers of the world, she knew that some truths were worth fighting for, no matter how long buried or how fiercely denied. In the library behind her, cavaliers and scholars alike began the task of revising centuries of historical records, while below in Moria's depths, the deep magic pulsed with renewed strength and purpose, watched over once more by its true guardian. Story 7. Deep within the obsidian halls of Moroccan, where ancient runes pulsed with ethereal light and shadows danced like living things across walls of polished black stone, Lyra Flameblade stood frozen before an impossible truth. Her trembling fingers traced the ancient prophecy etched into the wall, each word burning into her mind like brands of fire. The demon sleeps not in chains of iron, but in flesh of mortal form. The revelation struck her like a physical blow. King Thorin, the beloved ruler of Balrog, was not just any king. He was the legendary Balrog himself, transformed into human form a millennium ago. The same demon her order of demon hunters had sworn to destroy should it ever return. The torchlight flickered across her face, highlighting the intricate flame-shaped markings that adorned her right cheek, the sacred signs of a master hunter. For 10 years, she had trained for the moment when the great demon might break free from its supposed prison. Now, standing in these forgotten depths beneath the royal palace, she realized every story she'd been taught was wrong. Above her, the grand city of Moroccan bustled with life, its citizens unaware that their benevolent ruler harbored such a dark secret. King Thorin had led them through 20 years of prosperity, turning Balrog from a realm of warring factions into a unified kingdom of peace and learning. His justice was tempered with mercy, his wisdom celebrated in song. How could such a ruler be the same creature that had once burned 1,000 cities to ash? A distant rumble shook dust from the ancient ceiling, and Lyra's enhanced senses tingled with warning. Something was changing in the magical currents that flowed through the kingdom. She had felt it for weeks, subtle disturbances that had led her to investigate these forbidden archives. Now she understood. The transformation spell was weakening. As if summoned by her thoughts, screams erupted from above, followed by the thundering of guards' boots on stone. Lyra raced through the twisting corridors, her enchanted sword Flameheart humming at her hip. She emerged into the throne room just as King Thorin collapsed to his knees, his royal robes smoking. "Stay back," he commanded, his voice deeper than usual, carrying undertones that made the very stones vibrate. His skin rippled like water, occasional patches flickering with an inner fire. The royal guard stood frozen, torn between duty and fear. Lyra pushed past them, her training warring with everything she had come to know about the king. "My lord," she said, drawing Flameheart. The sword's surface rippled with crimson runes, ancient magic, meant to bind and banish demons. Thorin looked up, and Lyra saw the pain and fear in his too bright eyes. "Master Hunter," he managed through clenched teeth, "you know what you must do. The spell, it's failing." I can feel the demon rising, but before Lyra could move, a new tremor shook the castle different from the others. Ancient, hungry, and deep below the mountain. The king's eyes widened in recognition and terror. "No," he whispered. "They're awaking. The spell wasn't just to bind me, it was to keep them sleeping." "Them?" Lyra demanded, even as her hunter's senses screamed warnings of something vast and malevolent stirring in the depths. "The void worms," Thorin gasped, fighting against another wave of transformation. Ancient beings that slumbered here long before humans walked these lands. My demon form's power helped maintain the spells that kept them dormant. If I transform completely, if you banish me, he didn't need to finish the thought. Through the castle windows, Lyra could see darkness gathering in the valley below, as if the very shadows were deepening. The air grew heavy with the scent of ancient magic and decay. She had seconds to decide: follow her oath and destroy the Demon King, or trust in the goodness she had seen in his rule. A crack appeared in the throne room floor, spreading like a spider's web. From its depths came a sound no human throat could make, a cry of hunger that had waited eons to be sated. The guards fled, leaving Lyra alone with her king. Thorin struggled to his feet, his form flickering between human and something darker, larger, wreathed in shadow and flame. "There is another way," he said. "The ancient texts speak of it. A demon's power and a hunter's blessing, freely given and freely joined. It could reforge the binding spell, but it would bind us both," Lyra finished, suddenly understanding. The flame marks on her cheek burned with recognition of ancient magic, forever tied to this duty. Neither fully human nor fully free, another cry shook the castle. Through the cracks in the floor, Lyra glimpsed something moving in the deepness, scales black as the void, eyes that held the emptiness between stars. The void worms were rising. With a fluid motion, she sheathed Flameheart and extended her hand to her king. "Then let it be done," she said. For the realm, Thorin's eyes met hers, human and demon warring in their depths. For the realm, he agreed, taking her hand. The transformation hit him fully then, his human form burning away like paper in a flame. The Balrog rose to its full height, a being of shadow and flame that filled the throne room with ancient power. Yet still it held Lyra's hand, gentle despite its terrible form. Lyra spoke the words of binding, not to imprison, but to join, to bridge, to transform. The flame marks on her cheek blazed like stars as her hunter's blessing flowed through their joined hands. Shadow and flame met holy light, and for a moment, the world held its breath. Power exploded outward from their joined hands, racing through the castle and down into the depths. The cracks in the floor sealed themselves, the darkness retreating. Far below, the void worms screamed in fury as the binding spell renewed itself, stronger than before, woven now from both demon fire and hunter's light. When the power faded, two figures stood in the ruined throne room, neither fully human, neither fully other. Thorin's form was still regal, but now held hints of contained flame, like sunlight through smoke. Lyra's flame marks had spread, tracing patterns of holy fire across her skin that matched the shadow patterns now etched into Thorin's. Together, they walked to the great window overlooking the realm. Below, the city of Morocthan glittered in the evening light, its people already weaving tales of the strange lights and sounds from the castle. Beyond lay the vastness of Balrog, a kingdom that would now be protected by two guardians, one born of shadow, one of light, both bound together by choice and sacrifice. The sun set behind the western mountains, painting the sky in colors of flame and shadow. And in the highest tower of Morocthan, a demon king and a demon hunter began their eternal vigil, proof that the greatest power lies not in the strength to destroy, but in the courage to protect, to trust, and to transform. Story 8. In the Vale of Souls, where ethereal whispers danced on twilight winds and the very air shimmered with contained spirits, the great crystal dragon Zarafix lay dying, his once magnificent form, through which countless stars seemed to shine, now dulled like frost under morning sun. Each labored breath sent ripples through the mystical barrier that had contained malevolent spirits for millennia, a barrier woven from his own life force. Prince Durin stood at the edge of the veil, his exile-worn cloak whipping in winds that carried the moans of the damned. 5 years had passed since he'd fled the false accusations of patricide, leaving behind a kingdom that had once adored him. Now, watching the barrier flicker like heat waves over sand, he knew he had found something far more crucial than clearing his name. The seals weakened, came a voice like autumn leaves in the wind. Behind him stood a woman wrapped in gray, her silver hair catching the ethereal light of the veil. She called herself Moira, though something in her ancient eyes suggested this was not her true name. When Zarafix falls, the spirits will be free. A keening wail rose from the veil as if to emphasize her words, and Durin's hand instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword, Truthseeker, the last gift from his father, before the king's mysterious death. How long? He asked. Days, perhaps, Moira replied, moving to stand beside him. Her presence carried a weight of years that belied her appearance. Unless one of royal blood willingly offers their life force to renew the seals, Durin's grip tightened on Truthseeker. You knew this when you guided me here, as did you, when you chose to follow. Her eyes met his, ancient and knowing. But there is more to this tale than a simple sacrifice. Before she could elaborate, a disturbance rippled through the barrier. Dark shapes pressed against it, like hands against glass, and voices that should never have been heard by mortal ears filled the air. Durin and Moira raced down the crystalline path toward Zarafix's resting place, their boots ringing against stone that sparkled with trapped starlight. The great dragon's head rose as they approached, his scales creating a symphony of chimes with each movement. Young Prince, Zarafix spoke, his voice resonating in their minds rather than their ears. You have come as was foretold. Durin stepped forward, and in the dragon's crystalline form, he caught fractured reflections of himself not as he was, but as he could be, crowned and noble, or broken and divine. The gods themselves orchestrated this moment, Zarafix revealed, each word sending shimmers through his translucent form. My death is no natural occurrence. It is by their design. Moira's form flickered then, like a veil lifting briefly in strong wind, and Durin glimpsed her true self crowned in starlight, as ancient as the veil itself. The Queen of the Veil, he breathed, understanding dawning like the sun after a long night. Once, she acknowledged, her glamour returning. Until the gods decided that mortals had grown too powerful, too independent. They created this vault of spirits to remind humanity of their dependence on divine mercy. My kingdom was the price. The barrier shuddered again, and this time a crack appeared in its surface. Through it came a cold that no mortal winter had ever known. Durin watched as frost formed and faded on his blade in endless patterns. The gods believe they test humanity's worth. Zarafix continued, his voice growing weaker. They expect you to sacrifice yourself, Prince, to prove mortal submission to divine will, or to run, proving their belief in mortal selfishness. But they have forgotten something, Moira added, and now her voice carried echoes of her true self, the queen who had ruled when gods walked among mortals. The power of choice itself, understanding bloomed in Durin's mind like crystal flowers. The sacrifice of royal blood, he said slowly. It doesn't require death, does it? Only transformation. Moira smiled, ancient and proud. Clever prince. The gods watch for martyrdom or cowardice. They do not watch for defiance through transformation. Another crack appeared in the barrier, and with it came sounds of celebration, the trapped spirits sensing their chance at freedom. But Durin had already made his decision. He drove Truthseeker into the crystalline ground and knelt before Zarafix. I choose neither death nor flight, he declared. I choose to become something new. The dying dragon's eyes flared with renewed light. Then let us show the gods that mortals need not break to prove their worth. His crystalline form began to glow, shards of his essence breaking away like stars being born. Moira raised her hands, her glamour falling away completely to reveal her true form, the star-crowned Queen of the Veil. With my power as the Veil's first guardian, she intoned, her voice ringing with authority that predated the gods' decree. I bind these essences together. Crystal met flesh, starlight met mortal blood, and transformation began. Durin felt himself changing, becoming something that had never existed before, neither fully mortal nor fully divine. His skin took on the translucent quality of crystal, stars seeming to swim beneath its surface. Within his chest, he felt two hearts beating, one of flesh, one of crystal. As Zarafix's physical form dissolved completely, his essence merged with Durin's transformed being. Knowledge flooded his mind, centuries of watching over the veil, the true names of spirits, both dark and light, the songs that could calm the most tortured souls. The barrier, which had been moments from shattering, began to repair itself. But now it was different, no longer a prison of pure containment, but a place of transition. Under Durin's new power, the spirits would find not eternal imprisonment, but a chance for redemption. Above, in their celestial realm, the gods watched in shocked silence as their test was neither failed nor passed, but transformed. They had sought to prove mortality's weakness, but instead witnessed its transcendence. The newly transformed Durin rose, his form catching and refracting light in ways that made him appear both solid and ethereal. Moira stood beside him, no longer hiding her true nature, her star crown blazing with defiant light. Let them come, Durin said, his voice carrying both mortal compassion and crystal resonance. Let them see that the Veil of Souls is no longer a prison, but a place of transformation. And so the veil changed, as did its guardians. Where once stood a crystal dragon alone, now stood something new, a crystal prince who understood both mortality and eternity, guided by a star-crowned queen who had outlasted the gods' first attempt to humble humanity. Together, they would show both gods and mortals that true power lies not in blind obedience or pure defiance, but in the courage to become something new, something that bridges the divide between what is and what could be. And in the crystalline heights of the Vale of Souls, where starlight meets spirit light and transformation becomes possible, their legend was just beginning. Story 9. The twin towers of Balrog pierced the perpetual twilight sky like ancient spears, their crystalline surfaces reflecting the eternal aurora that danced above the realm of dusk. Within these towers, the twilight mages had guarded the secrets of creation for 10,000 years. But on this night, as apprentice Selene climbed the spiral of whispers, she was about to discover their darkest secret. The girl's shadow flickered against walls inscribed with countless spells, her enchanted lantern casting a blue glow that made the runes seem to writhe like living things. Her master's words echoed in her mind. Some chambers in the western tower remain sealed for good reason, apprentice. Curiosity in a mage is natural, but wisdom lies in knowing which doors should remain closed, but the dreams wouldn't let her rest. Every night for a month, she had seen the same vision, a leather-bound book with pages of starlight, calling to her from behind a door marked with a crying eye. Tonight, she had found that door. The lock yielded to her touch as if it had been waiting for her. Inside, sitting on a pedestal of black glass, was the grimoire from her dreams, the Codex of Divine Tears. As her fingers brushed its spine, the book fell open, its pages glowing with constellation patterns that burned themselves into her mind. The truth struck her like lightning. Every spell, every enchantment, every magical wonder that made their realm great, all of it was powered by the agony of an imprisoned god. Deep beneath the towers, bound by chains of pure thought and sacrificial runes, a divine being's eternal suffering fueled the magic of the entire kingdom. The burden of forbidden knowledge weighs heavy, doesn't it? The voice came from the shadows. A man emerged, tall and wrapped in a cloak that seemed to swallow light. A jagged scar ran across his throat, and his eyes held an otherworldly gleam. On his belt hung various tools of his trade, a bounty hunter's equipment. Cross, Selene whispered, recognizing the infamous half-demon hunter. Why are you here? Same as you, little mage. Searching for truth, he moved like smoke across the chamber. Though I suspect we've found more than either of us bargained for, before Selene could respond, a tremor shook the tower. The runes on the walls flared crimson, and a sound like distant weeping echoed through the stones. The imprisoned god was stirring. We have to free it, Selene declared, her apprentice's medallion growing cold against her chest. Cross's laugh was bitter as winter wind. Free it? Girl, that being's chains are the only thing keeping this realm from collapse. Every light, every healing spell, every protective ward, all drawn from its power, drawn from its torture, she corrected, her voice hard. There must be another way. The hunter's expression softened slightly. There rarely is. But he touched his scarred throat, remembering his own past sins. Perhaps it's time someone tried to find one. Together, they descended through hidden passages, following the sound of divine weeping. With each level they dropped, the air grew heavier with power. Selene's every breath tasted of lightning and ancient sorrow. They found the god in a chamber that shouldn't have existed, a vast space beneath both towers, where reality itself seemed to bend. The divine being hung suspended in a cage of pure thought, its form constantly shifting between states of matter and energy. Its tears fell as streams of liquid starlight, each drop harvested by complex magical machinery that pulsed with stolen power. But something was wrong. The god's eyes, countless eyes that opened like flowers across its shifting form, were not filled with pain, as Selene had expected. They gleamed with cunning. Clever children, it spoke, its voice resonating in their bones. So eager to right the wrongs of your forebears. So willing to believe in the tragedy of an imprisoned god, cross-cursed, his demon heritage allowing him to see what Selene couldn't. It's not imprisoned, he growled. It's contained. The chains aren't torture devices, they're protection for our realm. The god's laughter shook the chamber. The half-demon speaks truth. Your ancestors didn't chain me to steal my power, they chained me to prevent me from stealing yours. Horror dawned in Celine's mind as the god's true form began to manifest, a vast, hungry void that would devour all magic, all life, all reality itself. The tears weren't tears at all, but rather the essence of magic itself, which the god sought to consume. The ancient mages had created a perfect circuit, using the god's own hunger to generate magical energy, turning its destructive nature into a force that sustained rather than destroyed. We have to stabilize the containment spells, Celine said, her hands already weaving patterns of power. If it breaks free, all magic will die. Cross finished. He drew a blade that glowed with infernal light. But the spells are weakening. They need something more. Celine looked at her hands, understanding dawning. They need both. Light and dark. Mage and demon. Cross met her eyes. Centuries of seeking redemption reflected in their depths. Together then, they stood on opposite sides of the chamber as the god raged against its weakening bonds. Celine began to channel pure magical energy, while Cross called upon his demon heritage. Light and shadow intertwined, forming new chains of dusk and dawn. The god howled as the new bonds took hold, not in pain, but in frustrated rage. Its plan to manipulate them into freeing it had failed, and now its prison was stronger than ever, forged from the unified power of opposites. In the aftermath, as they climbed back to the upper towers, Celine carried the Codex of Divine Tears. But now she understood its true purpose, not as a record of shame, but as a warning to future generations. Some powers were meant to be contained, and sometimes what appeared to be cruelty was actually the deepest form of wisdom. The twin towers still pierced the twilight sky over Balrog, but now they shine with a new light, part radiance, part shadow. And in the highest chamber, a demon hunter and a mage worked together to forge a new kind of magic, one born not of imprisonment and theft, but of balance and understanding. For in the end, the greatest power lies not in the strength to break chains, but in the wisdom to know which ones must remain, and the courage to forge new ones when the old ones fail. Story 10. In the Shadowlands of Balrog, where darkness ruled for 6 months of the year, the blind warrior Thaddeus stood atop the ancient walls of Haven's Watch. Though his eyes saw nothing, his other senses painted a vivid picture of the world around him: the whisper of frost-laden winds, the crunch of eternal snow beneath patrolling boots, the distant howls of shadow wolves that prowled the perpetual night. The last rays of the half-year sun had faded 3 days ago, marking the beginning of the long dark. For the next 6 months, 2,000 souls would huddle behind these enchanted walls, trusting in the nights of the eternal flame to keep the darkness at bay. They were the last human settlement in a realm where night had claimed dominion. Thaddeus's fingers traced the runes carved into his sword, Dawnbringer. The blade hummed with ancient magic, responding to his touch like a loyal friend. 20 years had passed since he lost his sight in the Battle of Broken Light, but the loss had only heightened his connection to the magical barriers that protected Haven's Watch. "Commander," a young knight's voice broke through his meditation. "Something's wrong with the eastern wards." There, singing, Thaddeus turned his head, focusing his supernatural senses toward the eastern wall. Indeed, the magical barriers were vibrating in a way he'd never felt before, producing a haunting melody that made his bones ache. "Gather the Dawn Guard," he ordered. Something stirs in the deep dark. Before the night could respond, a sound like breaking glass echoed across the frozen landscape. Through the soles of his boots, Thaddeus felt the first tremors of something emerging from the ancient ice. The air grew thick with an unfamiliar magic that made Dawnbringer pulse with warning. They came from the darkness like living crystal, ancient beings that moved with terrible grace, their bodies emanating a cold light that transformed everything it touched into black crystal. The first defensive wall shattered under their touch, its protective runes freezing and cracking. Hold the inner barriers, Thaddeus commanded, his voice carrying across the battlements. But even as his knights rushed to reinforce the magical shields, he sensed another presence approaching from the opposite direction, a shadow deeper than the darkness itself. Your walls will not last the night, blind knight. The voice was feminine, carrying echoes of power that made the air itself shiver. Though I admire their craftsmanship, Lady Mara, Thaddeus named her, recognizing the notorious Shadow Queen who had been exiled from the Crystal Courts decades ago. Have you come to witness our end, or hasten it? Neither. She moved closer, her steps silent on the frozen stone. I've come to prevent it, if you're willing to trust one who walks in shadow. Before Thaddeus could respond, another crystal being emerged from the darkness, its light causing nearby guards to cry out in pain as crystalline patterns began spreading across their armor. Mara raised her hands, and shadows wrapped around the affected men, shielding them from the transformative light. These are not invaders, she explained quickly. They are the ancient guardians, awakened from their millennial slumber. What you see as destruction is actually preservation. They're trying to crystallize everything to save it. Save it from what? Thaddeus demanded, even as he felt more of the outer defenses crumbling. The sun is dying. Mara's words fell like stones into still water. These beings were created in an age before our histories began, tasked with preserving life when the stars began to fade. They sense what's coming and are trying to save what they can in the only way they know how. Another crystal being approached the walls, its light clashing with Haven's magical barriers in a spectacular display of conflicting magics. Thaddeus could feel the strain on the ancient wards, could sense them beginning to buckle. There must be another way, he insisted. Our people cannot survive as crystal statues, preserved but not living. There is one possibility, Mara said, her voice carrying a weight of ancient knowledge. The Shadowlands hold tremendous power drawn from darkness itself. If we could channel it, use it to rekindle the sun's flame, the sacrifice would be enormous. Thaddeus realized the entire realm would need to be offered. Yes, everything we know, everything we are, transformed into the energy needed to renew the sun. But it would ensure life continues elsewhere, even if we must end here. A massive crystal being slammed against the inner barriers, and Thaddeus felt the ancient magics begin to tear. They had moments to decide. How? He asked simply. Join your light magic with my shadow arts. The combination should be enough to begin the transformation. But you should know we will not survive it unchanged, if we survive at all. Thaddeus smiled grimly. I stopped fearing change when I lost my sight and gained true vision. He raised Dawnbringer, feeling the sword's eagerness to serve one last time. Knights of the Eternal Flame, fall back to the inner sanctuary. Protect our people to the last. As his knights retreated with the civilians, Thaddeus and Mara stood alone on the walls. The crystal beings had stopped their assault, as if sensing what was to come. In the distance, more of them emerged from the darkness, their cold light illuminating the endless night of the Shadowlands. Mara began to weave shadows into complex patterns, while Thaddeus channeled every spark of light magic he possessed into Dawnbringer. Light and shadow intertwined, creating something entirely new, magic that was neither dark nor bright, but transformative in its own right. The sacrifice began. The very substance of the Shadowlands, every shadow, every particle of darkness-infused matter began to transform into pure energy. The crystal beings watched silently as their preservation mission was rendered moot by an even greater preservation. As the wave of transformation reached Haven's watch, Thaddeus felt himself changing. His blindness became something else, not sight restored, but a new way of perceiving reality itself. Beside him, Mara's shadow nature evolved into something that bridged the gap between light and darkness. The wave expanded outward, consuming the entire realm. Where the Shadowlands had been, a new sun was born, not a replacement for the dying star, but its successor, born of sacrifice and transformation. Its light would sustain life for millennia to come. In what remained of Haven's watch, now a citadel of neither light nor shadow, but something in between, two changed beings stood watch. No longer quite human, but not quite something else either. Thaddeus and Mara became the guardians of this new twilight realm, a reminder that sometimes the greatest acts of preservation require the courage to change everything. And in the light of a new sun, born from the sacrifice of an entire realm of darkness, life continued its eternal dance, transformed but unbroken, preserved not in crystal stasis, but in vibrant, ongoing existence.